Man alive. I'm surprised he didn't tell me I didn't have enough space.
You are live,
We are live.
not showing the camera.
Because the camera shut down. Why did the camera shut down? Do I have to go back out and do it again?
Possibly, if you go into settings real quick though, and just make certain that. And go to camera, select the drop down. Go to lodging rally cam.
Here we are. And again, thanks. And we're on.
So you're ready? Yeah.
Yes.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Everybody ready?
Yes.
At the current meeting of the Village Township Trustees, Lord, Bill, please rise and join me in the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Call the roll, please.
Trustee Buller.
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien. Here. Trustee Rail.
here.
Okay, next item is public comment. Do we have any public comment? Okay. Rules are, try to limit it to 4 minutes if you can, and direct your comments to me, and we may or probably won't respond in the meeting, but we'll take it as an input. This is the information. So please identify yourself and let's move forward.
Okay, Kim Trackler, 5210 Finch Lane, Galena. I'm here regarding the Village of Cheshire. I'm just going to read this so I stay on my 4 minutes. Us as me, as well as our neighbors, are really disappointed in the lack of progress, or what appears to be a lack of progress in moving forward with mitigating the violations within our area. It's been 2 years this month since the document and the photos were sent out showing the over 90 violations that are occurring in the village. The majority of them are mostly got properties. And that information will provide both to the trustees and the zoning department as far as the photos and the document. Though a few of the violations have been rectified, they put things behind buildings and that sort of thing, not out in front of the property line. There are new ones popping up, new equipment. We've got a whole set of construction equipment sitting on the corner of one of the buildings out front within 10, 15 feet of the road, multiple. A fuel truck that I think they use for maybe sealing, it's been there forever. So we're just kind of concerned that we're not moving forward. Also, my question, and I know you can't answer, but for God's properties, they were listed as commercial storage buildings on the zoning permit. and yet they are not being used for storage. One unit on the end, we believe, is being used for some type of manufacturing. There's actually employees or people working there. They don't come in until after hours or on weekends to work, but there's equipment in there. When I went by the other day, they built a wall and added a door inside. I don't know if they pulled the building permit. I haven't been up to the building department yet to see if that was pulled. I would assume there's no restrooms in there, so I'm not sure how you have employees working unless it's a family-owned business and they're just doing this, but still, that's not a storage building, that's manufacturing now. One unit, we believe, there's vehicle repair going on in it, again, not a storage unit, and possibly living out of that storage unit within the RV, which has been brought to zoning's attention on more than one occasion. They were actually outside the other day and they had their chairs out and were sitting, and it just goes on and on. Also, the one little blue storage unit that the guy used to store his DeLorean in is now a boat storage, and it's commercial boat storage because this is not all his property. They've now moved it behind the building, but I'm sure it was zoned for a storage building and not boat storage. So, like, how is this just changing without coming through zoning? And did it come through zoning? So again, how is this happening? And then I guess the process for handling the violations seems to really don't have any teeth to it. So I stopped the prosecutor's office, was talking to one of the guys up there, and he said basically zoning inspector 30-day notice, another 30-day notice, then he gets it, they get another 30-day notice. He goes, if they rectify the problem before it comes to court, he goes, then we can go to court. And I said, well, it kind of defeats the purpose. I said, because then they put the trailer back where it was as soon as the court date gets passed, and we start the process all over again. So I guess, and I don't know how any of the other townships do it, but is there any option for coming up with, I get the warehouses were built in the wrong spot. They don't meet, that's not something that's going to get rectified in 30, 90, whatever. But the day-to-day violations that are occurring that can easily be rectified, just like a speeding ticket. The officer sees you speeding, he gives you a ticket, he doesn't give you 30 days to rectify the problem, right? So for the stuff that's being stored outside, for use, wrong use, this sort of thing, can we not do fines or something like this that causes immediate, like, responsibility for these guys? You drive by, it's there, there's no warning, you don't get a warning. I guess you get a warning sometime depending on the police officer, but these are all things that they've been notified about or should have been notified about. So I don't know if there's a different way to do those type of things. Again, somebody puts a shed in the wrong spot, yeah, they may not be able to rectify it in 30 days. But when you're putting tires for sale out front, and you can move those in an hour, so is there anything we can do as the zoning Berlin Township to come up with a better way to fix these type of violations? Because that is a lot of the violations over there that are still not being rectified. We now have trees down because of the storm. Well, they didn't come down because of the storm. They came down because they went ahead and cut them down, and now they're laying there because they're hoping to get funding for the trees. So they're gonna sit there for however long it's gonna take for them to possibly get funding. They've been there. We cleaned up our area in 8 hours. We didn't know the storm hit. And yet they chopped down way more trees than that were damaged, and they're just gonna lay there. And again, this is what we have to look at. So that's my 2 cents. I know you guys can't really say anything, but it's just really, really frustrating that it continues to get worse.
I will make one comment, which is if they move it, clock starts again. That's a requirement of state legislature, and that's not our requirement, not the court requirement. And the only way to change that is for the state legislators to change the law. And people do it all the time, where cars parked illegally, and then they'll move it a quarter of a tire turn or just a little bit, and then the clock starts all over again. And that's a very common thing to have happen. It's not a good thing. We don't like it. We would prefer that it would be, it's right where it always was. It just moved a little bit. That's a state legislature thing. On the other items, does anybody have a comment or? wanna make any
Well, my
comments?
thought on that is that we ought to give that to the Township Association for a legislative, discussion.
Mhm.
Because I totally agree, there's nothing we can do, but that doesn't mean we can't ask for the law to be changed now.
Sure.
The law will get changed, probably unlikely, but it certainly doesn't hurt to
That's what
bring it
the
forward.
movement of just, and start the clock again. And the clock is a long time.
Well, and especially if it's a serial,
Mhm.
violation, so, I mean, I get that if it's a new thing, that you do have to start the clock over, that's just the way it is. But if it is like a quarter tire turn, that to me is not worthy of another shot clock.
Do I take so the boat storage that wasn't boat storage to begin with, and now it's boat storage, is that something that, like, you can just do, even though that's not what what you got your zoning application for? Is that something I go to the zoning meeting about and not really you guys, or is that like something you guys discuss with zoning, well, how is this happening?
Yeah, I'm not going to respond to that because I don't have all information to be able to respond to it. Typically, it's all done through the zoning department. The zoning department's the one is in charge of that. That's the ones that we charge.
Is that meeting tomorrow? Is that tomorrow's meeting, or are they the first Tuesday of the month? Okay, all right.
Well,
Okay.
when you say zoning, what you mean though is the zoning inspector. You don't mean BZC.
No,
Okay,
Yeah.
so I just need to talk to,
Jerry Valentine.
Okay,
Yeah,
you can
and I would like to have that, I would like to have this added to the agenda under zoning items for next meeting. Jill, if you could please make certain that that gets added. I think that there are a number of things that we need to discuss as a board regarding this situation. And so I think it needs to be added to an agenda for next meeting.
Thank you for speaking loudly and clearly, enunciating for the record. Can you spell that for me? Got Properties, is that what you said?
yeah, it's Mary Lou Gott owns the 3 warehouses plus a few other properties within there.
G-O-T-T or?
Yes.
Got Properties under the zoning department agenda next meeting.
Well, it's not just Gott, it'll be the boat
Call
storage
it,
is,
can you please call it, zoning violations around Cheshire Market?
Zoning violations.
Cheshire. So, yeah,
Yeah, Village of Cheshire,
Village of Cheshire. Because it's really through the whole thing.
yeah.
and if I may make a comment on Cheshire that I was going to pick up in the roads, just like to do that, has to do with the speed limit. The speed limit is, those roads are not registered with the state of Ohio, so the speed limit is 55 miles an hour, which is, any road in Ohio is 55 unless posted otherwise. Those are not posted otherwise. Now, what we're working with the county engineer is to, because that's a platted area, we're looking to get the decision made that it would be a platted area, which would give the trustees the ability to set the speed limit. And we can only do that in platted areas. We can't do it just on township roads. We can only do it in platted subdivisions, is where it amounts to. So right now, the speed limit in Cheshire is 55 miles an hour for all of the streets.
Okay, well, I didn't have a problem with the speed limit.
Oh,
okay, you're bringing that up, okay, let's have a thing.
Just making the comment so that everybody understands. And at the next meeting, we should have a definition from the county engineer's office regarding whether or not that's a subdivision.
Who oversees the condition of the roads? Because that's been brought to both trustees and zonings.
The condition of the
The
roads.
condition of the roads within the Cheshire Village. But it's even worse. I actually tried to get out and the traffic was backed up almost to Hyatt, not Hyatt, what's the other P road south on Africa? It was over a mile, almost down the road, that it was backed up to the traffic stop at Africa. So people want to cut through Plum Road, they were almost backed up clear to there at the traffic stop around 3 o'clock. And going northbound. But people want to cut through, you have to be still the tractor trailer issues coming, it's a 10-foot wide road. The roads aren't in great condition anyway, there's flooding back there. So again, I haven't heard anything about the road condition, and that was also presented in that document. So I don't know where you guys are, but if you can.
Well, the plan is to put a roundabout at the intersection of Africa and Cheshire.
Well, I called the engineers and they said that's on hold.
When that occurs, there will be certain road closures at that intersection, just because of the work on the roads.
Yeah.
And the county engineer is responsible for setting up a detour, and they put up detour signs, but there's no enforcement of that detour, so people drive wherever they want to drive.
Well, like I said, this condition of the roads, like I said, they flood, they're ponding right at the intersection, so none of that's really been rectified, so.
Well, when you reported that in August of last year, we took it up with the roads department, and they did go out there, and what did they do? Trustee Bullard, since you oversee roads, I believe you reported out that they fixed the berm on the side, improved the water flow to the best of their
The water
ability.
flow will be better.
Ford and Africa is better. The other intersections and the ponding within there is not. So
Well,
just-
I mean, but the road said that they followed up with you, so
No, they did
my
not.
point is just that there is progress being made, and I think if you get connected with the right people to follow up with, that would be really helpful. So that
Okay,
you're
well,
not,
I talked to road, I never talked to road people until I stopped by and they,
This year we plan.
they didn't share with you what they had done for the road?
I never heard back from them. They were supposed to walk it with me and everything. Nobody ever called me, nobody ever did anything. I happened to see two guys on outside one day and they were getting ready to do some emergency things. So I got to just talk to them for a second and said, hey, here's what's going on, what's happening. He goes, well, that's not really a road. It's like, so it's frustrating, but I will let you get on with your meeting. I'm gonna let you finish. So I know you did way past.
I'll connect you with the roads
Okay.
department guy and Jerry to get in contact.
All right, thank you very much.
Part of the road improvement program this year would be to repave the middle street of the three that's north-south. That'll hopefully raise it up enough that the water won't be on the road so bad. And then when they do the peanut interchange with the roundabout, the drainage from the east street all the way to the end will be coming back to go into the lake. So that should improve a little bit. We're trying to get as much going into the lake that way, and the county engineers working to make all that happen. That won't take care of all of it. There's the part that's off of the south street, and that's gonna go toward the lake on Africa Road.
Okay.
And that will continue, and it's doing that now. And it may not go away immediately, right, but it does go away, it goes away. Certainly within 24 hours, the water goes down. That's about all I can tell you on it.
All right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, take care.
Do we have any other public comment?
We don't, but we do have a 6 o'clock.
Okay.
So if we could, perhaps, move to the, Cheshire Road widening so that,
Okay, let's do that.
What do we have to do with this? Didn't we do everything with this?
Oh, we did a lot, and, Tony decided to redo it.
Okay,
So you got that email.
I got the email, I mean, I don't understand what needs to be done, just tell me what needs to be done.
That. So I move that we, approve a resolution, rescinding resolution number 24-04-29, and authorizing contract of sale and purchase vacant land improvements with the Board of County Commissioners of Delaware County, Ohio, for property located at 3271 Cheshire Road, Delaware, Ohio, 43015. Same discussion as the last meeting, but a couple of revisions.
So this is a replacing something? that
Is
we
it
did?
repeal and replace? Or
I
you're
use
just
it-
rescinding it entirely and then you'll?
No, it's rescinding it. He doesn't use repeal and replace language. I asked him to do that, but this is the way he worded it. It is the same thing as repealing and replacing.
But this is only rescinding.
No, it's this, and then he's got a
And,
conjunction and. I don't like it, but it's.
So what is it again? Are we,
To me,
Yeah, I can explain. With the contract of sale, the contract itself included indemnification language, which township can't do, county can't do. So this is just rescinding the original resolution that approved that contract, revising the contract to take that language out, and then reapproving the same concept of yeah, it's basically the same thing, but just taking the indemnification language out.
so this replaces the contract that we did at the last meeting?
Yes, for the land transfer, yes. The MOU is still good, and the contract that you did for the IT services, that's separate, and that one's still good. This is just the contract for the land, for the warranty deed and the easement.
so there's three of these that we're going to need to do.
Clear on what we are repealing and replacing. Okay. Does that cover it? And I'll second it. Discussion? Call roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes. Okay, so that repeals
That's the first one. Okay, the second one is a resolution. I move that we approve a resolution rescinding resolution number 24-04-28 and authorizing the transfer of the township interest in certain real property located on Cheshire Road pursuant to RC section, I don't know what those, if that sections are what, 505.10A5.
Second.
Okay, and this is for the easement part, right?
Does that say warranty deed, or does that say, is it the 31 WD, or is it the 31T?
31 WD.
Okay, so that is the warranty deed. I can't say I understand why you're redoing that one, but we will, just for fun. And that one is the warranty deed for the land transfer out front, the 5-10 feet out front. I can't remember, I think it's what 5 feet. It's like angle for a while, but. So that will be the land. It goes with the first contract you just redid. It's basically approving the actual warranty deed for that.
so it's a replacement. And do we need to put down the motion that we're replacing?
Yeah, it's 24-04. I did 20.
Gotcha. Any other discussion?
Did somebody second it?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, good.
Call the roll, please.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Okay. So then, we also need to do resolution authorizing temporary easement. So we didn't do the temporary. What we did from this. So I move that we approve a resolution authorizing granting a temporary easement in certain real property located on Cheshire Road pursuant to RC 505.10A5.
I'll second that. Discussion?
I think on this one, you actually did not approve the temporary easement in itself at the last meeting that we did this. It's included in the contract of sale, but I don't think it had its own separate resolution, so
Why does it need its own separate resolution?
I don't know. Because you're.
I will tell you that on this one, maybe Eric got involved. Because he had, I spoke with Commissioner Lewis and Eric.
Okay.
And there was one thing that he wasn't, one thing that he wanted done, and I think this was it.
Okay, but that doesn't answer my question.
So I don't know the answer.
Okay.
So I'm getting around to
All right, well, so so a temporary easement needs to be called out separate from what was in the agreement. Was it removed from the language that we just approved, or is it still in there as well?
It's still in there as well.
I thought so,
Okay, why did you have to redo the WD? The one that,
So
it's an attorney thing, I think,
Yeah,
I'm not
so-
sure, to be honest,
Eric and
Tony.
Tony worked this out.
And this is what they said we should do.
This iteration is the latest one, they said we should do.
okay.
Okay. I will second it. Discussion? Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes,
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
so now, when we have, a notary present, we can sign the document that we have approved here. So, what I would suggest is, if you have time before the next meeting, because we've already approved it, we just need it to have a notary here. We can sign it, at that time before the meeting, because all we're doing is signing the document that we have approved.
We do have a notary present.
But we were informed just, before the meeting that, it's not recommended to do it on township business.
Okay.
I thought that he could do it, and so I didn't, get one. And, I didn't realize that, council recommended that he not.
And I didn't know that either, otherwise I would have brought one with me. But if you come to the next meeting with the two documents that need to be signed, that based on what the resolutions you just approved, this is basically a document that gets recorded for the warranty deed, and then this is the temporary easement itself that you sign. I know you've already done the resolution, but this is another document that I don't believe this one gets recorded, but these would be the two that go with the resolutions, but they need to be notarized.
So, if you could come a few minutes before the next meeting, so we're all three present, sign a document, she had to sit to me.
It's not a problem.
The documents that we just signed, did those need to be notarized?
No,
Do they need to be witnessed?
Do you need to be what?
Witnessed.
There is an attesting that, physical officer is not sufficient.
And that's sufficient for it? Do we need to pass a resolution saying that we can sign the document before the next meeting?
No.
We're okay?
Because that's in effect what our resolutions did, that we just passed. That we authorize this, and that would be just,
have to sign the document that, it's the closing documents.
and since all three of us are doing it, we don't have to appoint somebody to do that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Anything else?
No, that's more than enough.
And again, I thank you very much for bringing me to the beginning of the meeting. I was third from the end. And, my family was starved, but, I will see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you, and thanks for your work on this.
Sure, no worries. Thank you for your help.
Okay, at this point, we have a time certain for 6 o'clock for an interview for administrative position.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121-22G1, hiring, firing, discipline, dismissal of public employee for the attendees of the fiscal officer, board of trustees, Robert Gilpin, and also Bob Dion and Charles Rusley. So moved.
I second.
Discussion? Call the roll,
Do
please.
we have a second?
I,
Oh, Tim seconded it.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes,
O'Brien.
yes.
okay.
Did you sign these already?
I haven't signed any checks.
No, I didn't. Oh. Did you have checks for us to sign, Joe?
Yes, looking around, do them, bury them under here, hey, bury them under here.
Maybe he hasn't gotten some of them. No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oops. That's not very long.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we return to regular session from executive session, so moved.
Second?
Call the roll, please.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, we had an executive session, and no decisions were made, and no actions were taken. And it's time for us to go back and move on with the agenda. In light of the time frame, let me just find it here. Someplace.
Agenda?
Yeah, there's no. Okay. I'd like to move to step 7, pick up the fire department, and take advantage of your time and get that straightened out. So, Ken, I was gonna want you to run the session.
Okay.
As part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first item we have is requisition for a new washer dryer set. Assistant Chief, if you'd like to review that.
Oh, yeah, sure. New requisition for a set of speed clean washer and dryers. The current set that we have has been busted and is constantly being repaired. So it's time to move to a new set. Want to go with the speed cleans because they have a 5-year warranty. The requisition I turned in was with the Big Sandy Superstore. They had the lowest price, with free delivery and installation. As you
Are
can
they
see
both bad?
What's that?
Are they both bad?
The washers, the one that's giving us the most fits right now. However, the dryer is equally as old as the washer. And so it's on its last
Is it
leg.
better to have a match set?
This is a match set, yeah.
Okay.
So I move that we approve appropriation for an amount of $3,075.60, with an anticipated amount of $2,563 to Big Sandy Superstore for the purpose of purchasing a top load washer and an electric dryer
and the installation of the set.
Okay, I'll second that for discussion. What happens to the old set?
It's up to you guys, what you guys want done with it, either get rid of it by gum deals or.
That's what we should do.
Can we put it on gov deals and auction it?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion? Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rath.
Yes,
We do have two other requisitions to consider later on, but not for this evening. Assistant Chief, if you'd like to discuss the tentative dates for part-time testing?
Yeah, I spoke with Chief Carl, Township today. He'll have an answer to me hopefully by the end of this week, beginning of next week, for part-time and full-time testing for June 22nd for the fire department. As discussed prior, we're going to try to do something a little bit different, work with other fire departments to try to get more candidates in here. And then also share part-time employees where they'll work on a 6-day rotating schedule with our department, and a 6-day rotating schedule with their department, putting them on a 24/48 schedule overall between both departments.
it's very creative.
It seems to work out a lot better with part-time. They can get 24/48 hours, or the 24/48 schedule, have full-time hours. However, we share the personnel, and it also will help us with turnout gear costs. We will share the cost of turnout gear. We'll just rip their name off the back of the they'll put on there. And up there, they'll put a name also Township, same with helmets and everything else. And then we are also talking about sharing the medical exam, pre-employment medical exam costs as well. All those details will be hammered out. However, we're just trying to get set on a date right now. And as of right now, it will be June 22nd, pending a private approval from Chief Carr, which he is going to get back to me by the end of the week. So.
Do we need to do anything to get ready for that?
Well, I've already got a test draft.
Do we need to?
No, not as of yet. Once we have the date set, we will need to talk about, discuss how we want to promote or advertise for the positions.
So we should discuss that with.
Do you want us to?
As soon as I have a date set for
Yes.
sure.
But what I'm just saying is we need to have that at our next meeting, because then we go to one meeting a month and we don't take care of it.
It will be set by the next meeting. I'll bring everything with us. That'll give us about a month to advertise.
Okay, June 10th would be our last meeting before that, so otherwise we'd have to have a special meeting, so we would need to know that date then, or we could set a date based upon your approval and do a motion on that, whichever way you want to do that.
Thank you. So then we will be needing to hire at least one full-timer. But the goal is to have another part-timer for a little while and then move them into that. And I would like to see us hire one more one more full-time, and probably doing it in the route of 2 rovers, and then promote one of the rovers fairly quickly into the platoon full-time.
Okay, that makes sense, but don't, don't hesitate to make certain that you're hiring quality candidates, so if you get a good batch, consider that number and maybe increasing it if needed.
We, I don't know, we currently have a part-time employee that has expressed interest in platoon. He just couldn't do the rover position, so if that's the way we want it to go, I can put that out.
Well, I'm thinking that person already becoming.
Oh, okay, so we're talking about 2 additional rover, got it. So,
Because with vacation time and things, I just think that we need to hire.
yeah, we're gonna be getting slumped this summer, so.
And if you have a pool open, you don't wanna be limited with your talent too.
Right.
So do you want to discuss the, this will be new to the board and fairly important,
Would you discuss the station renovation, bathroom requirement?
Sure, so, we're looking at moving forward with the station renovations, that Chief Miller had started, finishing up the offices and then moving into the kitchen. Before we moved into the kitchen, apparently about mid-April, beginning of April, about the time I started, they started having sewer gas odor into two of the bathrooms that are in the training room.
Oh,
They had a company come out and cammed the line, and from what that company has said, they discovered some sinking in the foundation of the building. Underneath the concrete, underneath the building, there's sinking, which has caused the sewer line to sink in that spot, and now there's sewer gas that's trapped in there, pushing back up through. It gets pretty bad in the summertime to where you can't even go to the bathroom. So we're gonna have it flushed out to temporarily fix the problem. After that, the bathrooms in that area, which is the training room area, will have to be closed down so they're not being used again. So no waste is getting trapped in that void space. Moving forward, the permanent solution, I'm gonna look into it a little bit deeper, but it sounds like it may be ripping up the floor.
Which we just put in.
Yes, from that bathroom through the kitchen,
not the gray vinyl.
through the kitchen, through the hallway that goes out to the base, which is the gear room, and into the base wherever that connects to that sewer main. Like I said, this is gonna be a pretty intensive project moving forward. I'm gonna do some more research and contact some more vendors to see about other opinions. We've only gotten one opinion so far on it, but just so you guys are aware.
And what's the cost?
We didn't even get a cost yet. They just told us the problem. So, that was before my time. So moving forward, just so you guys are aware, there will be a time where we're gonna have to look at options.
And to let the board know, I didn't know about it until the assistant chief told me about it last week.
How long, has this been a known issue, or did you discover it last week?
No, this has been an issue since probably about, like I said, 3-4 weeks ago is when I noticed it.
Was there an odor last summer?
I'm not aware that there was. I do not believe there was.
Okay.
This is something that's new that's popped up this spring.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Sure. I might not know the answers to them. You can ask.
First off, the building was built over the old high school.
Mhm.
So the old high school is buried under there, and it's, I expect, settling and deteriorating and that sort of thing. So the fire station needs to be self-supporting, not relying on the ground for support there. And what that leads me to is, do we need an engineered solution? We don't want to get into a situation where we get someone that comes in and does really good work and all that sort of stuff, assuming, and then the assuming falls into a problem, and we are back answering this question again.
It's more systemic than just that spot, for example.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been told that the station is settling. There are cracks in the concrete near the support posts, and out in the apparatus bay as well. So, yeah, I think that would be a good thing moving forward, is having someone come in and look at the overall foundation of the building itself.
And then that gets to the next question, which is, we need some sort of budgetary estimate as to what it's gonna cost, because once you get to a certain point, then it gets to be you gotta bid it process. And maybe because this is maintenance on existing building, the cooperative group could do some engineering work to take a look at it, and maybe come up with a solution there. But we've settled ourselves into a problem so far, and I just don't want to be fighting this battle for a long time, because we hear what it could be. And if it makes sense to move the kitchen because of the settling and stuff, maybe we ought to do that. We're thinking about that sort of thing. We're at a different point. So I'm trying to say, don't underestimate the size of the job because, if it's just the sewer gas, that's one thing, but I think we got a lot more going on here than just sewer gas.
I agree. I think we probably have a major settling issue with that, where that building was built, and, knowing what was built on top of that. I think we're gonna run into a lot of issues, now and down the road if we don't take care of it sooner rather than later. So that's gonna be one of the things I'm gonna be working on this summer, is trying to get those estimates and seeing what the extent of the settling is in the building.
Okay. That's all I got.
So the last, or next item is, a potential purchase of a new vehicle for the fire prevention community risk reduction of staff, if you want to address your thoughts on that.
Sure. Currently, both of our lieutenants on the fire prevention side are using either their personal vehicles or the grass truck to do fire inspections. That poses problems on both sides. Obviously, use of personal vehicles while they're out doing fire inspections. In the past, I've been told that they've had calls at the station wondering who this person was because they're in an unmarked vehicle. And then also with the grass truck being used, if they go to a scheduled inspection or a acceptance test where they have to be there for hours to do the test, and a call comes in where that piece of apparatus is needed, they then have to leave that test, respond to the call, meet with the on-duty crew wherever that call may be, and then that test would have to start all over again. So moving forward, I'd like to see about purchasing a 3/4 ton pickup truck, short bed, crew cab, or something that they can go out and do their inspections with. And then also looking at the future of the program, if we get into community risk reduction, it can be used to haul some other things that would be used for fire extinguisher demos, any kind of training that they give to the PR for the public. So it's just brought it up to look and see if we can go down that road. And if that's the case, then I'll start obtaining quotes and everything from various dealerships. But I think it's something that we really need to look at. Using a piece of fire apparatus to go drive around and do fire inspections, just saying I've got to move forward.
Well, my personal vehicles for that, but, don't we have 2 3/4 ton trucks? One's grass truck and one is the old grass truck.
So currently we have a 1-ton grass truck. That's what they kind of use now. And the other one is used for the water rescue truck. They converted that over to use for the rick craft. So really either one of those uses, if an emergency arises, whether it be a grass fire or brush fire or anything along those lines, or a water rescue, both of those vehicles would need to be used.
Isn't there a discussion we had a while back about roads also needing a truck at the time?
We talked about it, but we never did anything with it. So the fire station had the old grass truck and there was some complaint of rusting on it. So they pulled the gear out of that pickup and put it into the newer 3/4 or 1-ton pickup. And so that's the grass truck now. And the old grass truck is being used to pull the boat. Is that the idea?
Correct. They had the bed, which I assume this was the part that was rusting out on it. They took that off. You guys they purchased a new stainless steel box on the back of that and then repurposed that for water rescue. And it is what pulls the boat, yes.
I've wondered about, because I also wondered if we need another township car for transportation as well, for zoning and potentially roads, or, if we're going to and from different township events, to be able to be utilized.
You got one out there that isn't being utilized a whole lot, but that should change with a zoning inspector.
Well, and we get a township administrator as well. going to and from meetings, throughout the day. So it'd be, you wanna look into a new truck?
Yeah, I mean,
Is that what you wanna look into?
I personally would like a new vehicle for them. We can look at used, however, sometimes I feel with used, you're buying someone else's problem sometimes. There are good used vehicles out there.
I think it was certified used.
Yeah, something along those lines. I just don't wanna run into buying someone else's problems. If we do go the used route, I'd rather not go, beyond what has, I'd like to have a warranty on it if we do that route.
New heavy duty truck is probably in the $70,000 range, 75. If you look at the ones that are, people buy full campers with and that sort of stuff, they're over 100. For the same size truck with all the bells and whistles that you can get on. Seems like an awful lot. If we're just looking to transport people around,
Yeah,
to me, a low-end car should be able to do what needs to be done too.
Yeah, the only problem I have with a car is if they get into fire extinguisher demos, PR events where they gotta haul a bunch of stuff around, that becomes a little bit of a problem with the car. The truck I was looking at, was a 2500 gas, and, Performance Ram has it on their lot for like $48,000. Right now, so, but we can look at the cheaper option. I looked at a 1500, they're about the same price as well. So with that in mind, I mean, I'd rather have the 2500, over the 1500, just in case we need to use it for anything else. They can use it to haul hose in or whatever at a fire scene as well, or whatever they need to use it for. Primary would be.
yeah, I would be fine with a lower end truck though, definitely, looking at certified use and, cause the primary purpose is
Right.
transporting people, and ancillary uses would be good, but I don't think you need a Mac Daddy
Right.
brand new truck necessarily
No,
to
right.
get that accomplished. What do you think?
Is there anything state bid?
Yeah, that could be interesting.
There are some state bid opportunities out there. Getting one at this time is probably gonna be a little bit of a challenge. I remember I tried to get a state bid last year. I had to go to Cincinnati and get whatever's left. I think you guys did state bid with the chief car and had to go to Michigan for that. So state bid, especially this late in the year. But if you're not on the list already, you're probably not gonna get something.
But we don't necessarily need to rush because we haven't had one for a while, so. What is our other cooperative, we had to do state bid, and what was the other one?
Wallace?
No, that's
Sourcewell.
Sourcewell.
Yeah.
So you might try them as well.
And what I've seen is that the dealer pricing is usually either one of those or less. You can do just about as well, getting something off the lot from dealer.
Right.
As you would with either Sourcewell or state bid right now. But you take what's on lot,
What is that resource called?
Sourcewell.
So didn't, it used to be significantly a better deal to buy it through the state?
It was a better deal in the past, but now it's not. They're wanting to move inventory.
What they've done is they just up their prices so much through state bid that you're actually probably 90% of the time now better off just going a lot and buy whatever they have that's available that meet your needs. Because the state bid, the state term pricing is just not competitive anymore. After the pandemic, it's skyrocketed, so.
That's what, when we looked a couple of years ago for the truck, it was cheaper off the lot with the dealership deals. State bid.
My suggestion is that we approach it from the standpoint of, let's define what we want to use it for, and then get the vehicle that matches that. Not just go get a vehicle, but get a job-specific vehicle to do the work that we need to do.
Correct.
So if we're doing fire inspections, make it something that fire inspectors can ride around with.
Sounds reasonable.
Because we've got a plethora of vehicles down there. It seems to me like. And sooner or later, storage is gonna get to be an issue. Just a thought. Okay.
Fire promotion?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Fire promotion?
Yes, so with the current, resignations that we've had in the department, we have some full-time openings, one being, I'd like to recommend firefighter Robert Meadows to be promoted to captain on 1 unit.
Resignations first. We need to send the resignations, right?
So,
Sorry, one second.
Did we ever accept Captain Carr's resignation?
I believe we did accept.
Do we,
Correct.
do we want?
Carr's resignation.
Informal resolution? I'm not recalling that.
Actually, yeah, I don't remember.
When did he resign? I don't think he resigned. I think he resigned after the last meeting, didn't he?
He resigns
April 26th.
effective May.
Yeah, our last meeting was April 22nd,
Yeah, so we never.
so we couldn't have.
It was forwarded to us all, but we never accepted it.
So it was effective May 8th, you said?
May 3rd, May 8th, yeah.
So I move that we approve the resignation of Captain Carr with regret effective May 8th.
Second,
Discussion?
I just would like to acknowledge now Chief Carr's service for the township and thank him for his service and dedication to our township for so many years.
Any other discussion? Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Buller,
Yes.
And then we had firefighter,
Well, while we're on Captain Carr's agenda here, I have a letter here, he gave to me from Township, his new employer, about accepting, some transfer of sick leave and vacation balance. I've also worked with HR Butler on his comp time and what we owe him upon his separation. So that you guys like that.
so the comp time is automatic. I did ask, and big, sick time, if the receiving, do we have in writing from,
It's on the final page from Township in writing. Yep.
may I read this into the record?
Please.
This is from Deidre Hall, the fiscal officer of Tri-Township Fire District. Says to whom it may concern on April 24th, 2024, the Tri-Township Fire District signed an employment agreement with Tim Carr for this position with the district as chief. And I wish to congratulate him. In that agreement, they agreed to accept the transfer of up to 1,365 hours of sick time and up to $386.50 hours of vacation. So I move that Berlin Township transfer to Tri-Township up to 1,365 hours of sick time and 386.5 hours of vacation to Tri-Township.
Second,
Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Rail,
yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Buller.
Yes.
What was the first number?
There you go.
Thank you.
You need that back.
No, it is currently balances as of
And if it changes, because sometimes things accrue late, and then they send it again, we can approve that as well.
I think it's been probably a long enough time now. I haven't seen any changes in the system.
Have we accepted firefighter Enoch's?
That was just turned in, after the last meeting, so no.
And do you know the effective date on that?
I believe it's May 18th.
And then at that point, he wants to go to part-time.
Sign up,
So I move that we approve the resignation of Jeff Enoch, firefighter, effective May 18th as a full-time employee, and move him to part-time effective May 19th.
Second.
And discussion, I do appreciate his work. He as well did an excellent job, and if he ever wants to come back full-time, I'd love to have him.
Any other discussion? Call
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes,
Bullard,
the roll. Yes.
who did the second there?
me,
Got it.
Okay,
got it
was
out
there any
first.
other resignations?
no further resignation.
Okay, so I want to hold off on this captain position until the contract has been signed. And hopefully that happens soon, because dealing with the MOU, I just think is post-action is problematic. But the others, would you like me to go ahead and move on to?
So you want to hold off on the captain's promotion?
Yes.
And do we have any idea when the contract, I don't want this to be a long drawn out.
So
process. I mean, I'd rather not deal without a captain for over a year again. It just creates way too much.
So as soon as they sign it, I don't know if the board is open to having a special meeting, we can sign off and we can promote him.
is that necessary? You mean if they sign, have they signed already?
No,
Okay,
they
so
don't
if
have
they-
it yet, so I've asked, and the two attorneys, have to agree on every period. And I believe the fault is equal.
Oh. Okay,
Because, they do back and forth, and to me, it's done. We were done a month ago, but we're paying our lawyers and they are too.
the answer is yes. If we need to have a special meeting, then we should to close this out and ensure that we can move forward on the necessary items. I mean, this whole, it's inhibiting our operations at this point in time.
I agree. Well, and the other thing is, the fiscal officer is gonna have to approve these pays very rapidly after it's passed.
Yeah,
But they can't be paid at that pay rate until it's passed, because we're still under the old agreement until
right.
they pass it and we pass it.
Is this a holdup for them to sign it so that we can sign it?
No, this can be done after they've signed it. This isn't causing any issue with the signing.
Okay.
Yes. But I do have other ones that I do want to go ahead and take action on, if I may. I move that we promote Rover firefighter Tanner Meredith to platoon firefighter
Second.
effective today.
Second.
At the rate,
At the collective bargaining rate.
Bullard seconded.
So discussion, they actually are full-time as a rover, so it's just that they are platoon, so they will have more scheduled hours. But they have their anniversary date doesn't change or any of that because they were full-time, so
And how many rovers do we have?
we have two until we pass these resolutions, and then we will have zero.
Okay. Any other discussion? Call roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. So I move that we, move Rover firefighter Jeremy Moss to, platoon firefighter effective, May 14th.
Second.
What rate?
Well, at collective bargaining, so it's the same thing.
Is
It's,
it that?
yeah.
Okay. Discussion? Call roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
And so normally I would recommend that we, move a part-timer into a rover, before permanent, but because of our situation, I am willing to, name, the name is known here.
No, I won't talk about that. I originally.
Do we need to go into executive session?
We can, if we'd like.
I move that we go into executive session for the purpose of, 121. To G1, hiring, firing, promotion,
Discipline.
discipline for a public employee or public official.
Second.
And to invite everyone that's currently in the room to the executive session.
Okay.
Second.
Call roll when you get a chance.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Okay, we're now in executive session. We got
Jeff, here are these, are maybe 410 cars file, I suppose?
Yeah, the one, where we're having to pay him out is comp time that's listed on there, but.
For his personnel.
Jeff, I'll have to get with you how we wanna do that comp time back. That's gonna be a pretty hefty sales check.
Yeah.
Okay. We're in executive session, and no decisions were made and no actions were taken.
Oh,
Do we have any follow-up at this point?
I move that we come back into regular session from executive
correct.
session.
You're right.
Second.
Okay. Call the roll, please.
Ford,
Yes.
Trail,
Yes.
Moran.
Yes.
Okay, we had an executive session, and in that executive session, no actions were taken and no decisions were made. Is there any other fire department information that we need to be concerned with?
I've completed my tasks. Any additional tasks?
Okay. Next, we have a 7:30 time certain for zoning resolution amendment BZC 24-004. Let's move to that.
Okay. Okay, so, hot off the press, Scott Sanders sent a revised draft as well as answers to, our questions and my comments that I had sent along of what I'd like to see changed in keeping with the spirit of what the board had indicated wanting. I did speak with him, I spoke with him for about an hour, from about 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock today. And so I'm gonna be referencing that document that I forwarded to all of you. Assuming I forwarded it. And it would be the most recent attached files, so.
Okay.
Let me go on ahead and I'll just bring it to the forefront of the ones here.
What do we want to do at this meeting?
So at this meeting, I just have a couple of questions for the will of the board. I did receive the resolution for Tony, I have updated that. However, in the attached document that I just sent along for, I believe, the second time, there is a document that Scott Sanders wrote back his comments, and the highlighted yellow comments, he's indicating are comments for legal, for us to take to legal. So I have reached out to Jen Huber. We have an appointment this week to meet and get all of these highlighted questions squared away. So these highlighted questions include the flag, the definition of the flag, and making certain we have that. It's my understanding that Berkshire had excluded residential hotels from commercial zoning, and I wanted to explore if we could have language related to modifying the residential hotel specs or requirements such that they would still have to match the density of the designated area.
So a question I have, if I may,
Please.
is can we have a residential hotel defined as a hotel that pays hotel taxes?
Residential hotel is a definition that's taken directly out of ORC. It's my understanding that, Metro had actually lobbied to have the Ohio Revised Code modified with a very explicit definition of the residential hotel, and that it was, it excluded the hotel, tax fee, the residential hotel tax fee.
So it seems to me this way, and I may be wrong, that it's not really residential. So that it should be in commercial. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm open to however we would want to try to get it into the zoning resolution, but what I'm saying is if it's not taxed like a hotel, not treated like a hotel, or anything other than a hotel density, that we should have it, still have to have the occupancy of the indicated density of the designated area. Or if you want to switch it to the other route, if we did want it to be considered commercial in a hotel, then there should be other additions made to it.
So I'm sure you totally understand all the issues. And so we just need to be legal in addressing those issues.
So the one route that Scott recommended, not recommended, but Scott mentioned that we could take was just really keeping everything about the residential hotel amenable, with the exception of figuring out how to put the density clause for it in.
So in the ORC, does it talk about this?
Mm-hmm.
So it really wasn't addressing.
The definition of residential hotel, and that it is not to be counted as
Hotel tax.
hotel tax, no, and it's not to be counted as residential,
Not residential.
not residential.
So it could have a category of its own.
Yeah, well, and that's what the ORC seems to lend itself to.
Maybe. I mean, that's paying to have another whole section created, but maybe it's appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I've got a question. The only thing we're talking about here, I think, is the amount of time that the person stays at the hotel. I don't think we're talking about really anything significant other than that. And there's nothing that keeps you from going to a Holiday Inn and staying there for a month.
Holiday Inn pays hotel taxes. Holiday Inn pays hotel tax fees.
They would pay hotel taxes on that.
Holiday Inn wouldn't have you sign a lease.
You wouldn't have to sign a lease, you just do it on a day-to-day basis. And you would pay your rent the normal way.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they're leasing it and signing a lease and doing some of that sort of stuff, that's a little different than the way a hotel operates, but not a whole lot different.
My understanding is that you have to sign at least a 1-month agreement at a residential hotel. And they don't pay hotel taxes.
I understand they don't pay the hotel taxes, and the 1-month agreement, I would think, would be, the job ends, so that you don't need to be there. Or your house gets done, where you had something, tornado went through and destroyed your house, and it's staying in it and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm not stating an opposition, I'm not saying a fundamental opposition to residential hotels, I'm just saying that it's something that we never really explored or looked at until it was before us. And the question is do we want to have something in the zoning code to ensure the integrity of, what's being done in an area that wants some residential
And
hotel?
do we want to treat residential hotels different than a regular hotel?
Well, it is treated different. According to the Ohio Revised Code, it has a different definition than a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
It has a different definition than a hotel, it has a different definition than residential property. And that's why it might warrant sort of its own undertaking, because we have this new thing that's being built right now in our township, and we haven't really addressed it from a zoning perspective, I don't think. So I can incorporate whatever the board's will is, but, we might just need to explore the legal issues a little bit more, it sounds like.
I wonder if any other township has a section specifically for that.
I was informed that Berkshire, excluded residential hotels from their commercial explicitly in their zoning.
So where is it?
Uh,
So where is it?
I don't know. But I was gonna follow up with legal and wanted to know if you guys had any
So I
strong opinions about.
have strong opinions, but no answers.
Okay. Well, why don't it's on the list to follow up with Jen Huber, Burgess, Johnson and Griggs, so I'll get more information on that. Another question that came up, so under the cell tower policies, it does state that any cell tower, must be decorated as a pine tree.
Mhm.
Did we want to keep that as part of that or exclude that?
Well, the way it's worded, I believe, is unless the zoning appeals says it's not needed.
Yes, it does say that.
So it's not required always. It's required.
Well, it's required if they don't go through BZA.
Right. So that's a reason to have them go through.
Okay.
It's not something I die on the sword for, because I think some of them look tacky.
Yeah, I thought they did too. My thing is I don't want to have a requirement in there that we're not going to actually enforce it.
No, if it's in there, it's to be enforced.
And there's not one cell tower in our township that has that on there. Is there?
I don't know of any, but there's only one that had to come through zoning though, isn't that correct?
I think so. Two soon on the railroad.
Well, the one on the railroad's in the city. I believe.
Why did they write to us?
Oh, the one that's coming. I thought you meant the one that is on the railroad.
No,
It's,
that one's in the city, but the one that's coming is in the township.
I haven't heard any more about that one. Have you?
No, I haven't. There's 705G. Do we need to keep that specifically? And what 705G is it's a reference to it starts the section that says, nothing that's not explicitly stated will be a permitted use. But then G says, no waste station or is permitted. So it's like redundant. And I wasn't sure if that was a legacy item because
Not to my
we need to
knowledge.
be explicit about that. Okay. There is also a little bit of a broader matter, which is Article 19 is in here. And so the question about recusal for you, Trustee O'Brien, I think we need to get clarified because there's zoning codes, NAICS codes that you and I need to talk about for Article 19 to potentially include. Some we've talked about, some we haven't. And we don't need to do that tonight because we're not gonna put this forward tonight. We'll wait 2 more weeks.
So is Article 19 exclusively industrial?
It's the BIO.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm not gonna talk about it.
Right, but the question about whether or not you should vote on the zoning resolution as a whole with Article 19 incorporated.
So that's a legal question.
Okay, I'll figure it out.
Because, I would think that I would recuse myself on that and then vote on the whole document, but that may,
I'll get clarity.
please.
And then, so did you see the, so then, legal question about, TPUD, legal question about, are we authorized to restrict the height of the cell towers? Some other legal questions. A legal question about the religious living facility, so a church with somebody, with a family living in it. And then what's the scope of that? Is that residential or not residential?
It's a legal question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These are the questions that we still need to get resolved. Model homes, are 6 spots necessary for model homes? Like, is that necessary? Or is that a township choice, or is that county choice? It says that there's 6 parking spots are necessary for model homes, and
I think that, experience was without that, they parked
Everywhere.
yes, and so it is,
it's a township choice then.
I think it should be.
That's fine.
And that includes workers, and typically you got a couple of workers.
Yeah.
So you got like 4 spaces for guests, is what it amounts to.
Yes.
I wanted to remove the requirement that the model home can be used as a permanent home after its marketing needs, unless it's counted within the density with the final plan and in compliance with the setback. So it states that the model home could be converted into a permanent home after it meets the marketing needs. And I want to add in there, unless it still conforms within the density and
As long as.
as long as or unless. Unless it conforms to the density and the
And
compliance.
as long as it was built for a home.
And built for a home, got it.
Because,
But, yeah,
I'm familiar with a model home up on 3637, which has a very small septic tank system, no sewer, and, it was done as a model home. Well, they want to sell it and use it as a house, but it doesn't have a leach bed and, septic tank that makes it a house.
okay, great, that's good. I'll add that.
That's the kind of thing that I'm talking about.
Can we lower the height for flagpoles was the question I had,
Yeah, what's the answer?
legal question.
Okay.
Allow pastures, accessory buildings, defining that more clearly. Scott did do that, but also said they run it by legal. He did a lot. I mean, he worked through most of the 9 pages, so you can see what I'm going to be asking Jen, and then at the end of this document, I had all the questions that came up from previously. So I think we're in really, really good shape. Just a little bit more cleanup, a little bit more clarity from legal, and I think we'll be in a position to bring something forward in 2 weeks to the next meeting and have this in the right position to potentially take action on.
How soon do you think you'll get that back?
I think I will have it back before the next meeting.
But we need to have time to look at it.
But what I wanted to do was to give the public a chance to look at it too. So if we get it before the next meeting, I'd like to have our follow-up meeting the next meeting.
Okay.
So they got a couple of weeks.
Okay.
And there may not be anybody who looks at it, but there may be some people who look at it. And I'd like to make sure that they've got the opportunity to do that.
That's absolutely, I completely agree. So,
So
by
bring it back at the
next meeting, we'll have the new
and take
draft
action.
and then take action at the following meeting,
I like that.
That's great.
which would be June 10th.
10th, I believe.
Okay,
And
and then we'll have a month off, so that will be good to take action.
And so you think we'll have it back by, the day after Memorial Day holiday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then at that time, we can put it on I can also post it onto the website
I like it.
and have that, so,
Somebody want to make a motion to,
move to, recess and continue BZC case 24-004 zoning resolution amendments to June 10th at 7 p.m. at 3271 Cheshire Road.
Second. Discussion? Call the roll, please.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Trail.
Yes.
Okay. And with that, we will move back to our normal meeting schedule. And going back up, approval of minutes.
I have been working with the fiscal officer on the meeting minutes, and at this time, I am prepared to bring forward the 319, 322, 325, and 327 meeting minutes and dispense of the reading.
Second.
Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Trail.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
And then we received today the revised 311 meeting minutes, and I have sent the fiscal officer my feedback for those, the second revision. And they include a very brief summary to provide about Trey Bell's presentation. I had indicated that we state that there's a percentage underneath the Columbia gas rate, that's what we adopted. But I had put X because I couldn't remember the percentage, and that's still showing the meeting minutes, so that needs to be updated to the actual percent. That's gonna be lower than. And then to include the PowerPoint that was presented in the meeting minutes. So with that said, move to approve the 3/11/2024 meeting minutes with the revisions included that were provided at 8:14 today to the fiscal officer and dispense the reading.
Second.
Discussion? Call the roll, please.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Trail.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
And I would like to request that we not take action on the April meeting minutes until the next meeting, at which time we can assure the integrity of those minutes.
Okay. Next on the agenda is insurance discussion. And I believe that has to do with the COBRA. It's number 5, I missed it. We didn't cover it before.
I saw Cobra somewhere else.
Sure. Well, that's what I was going about. Okay, COBRA transitions down here.
So I'm not
Well,
sure what the
oh,
insurance
there's-
discussion is.
Plus, there's the tornado insurance. That's down there on the trustee items too.
Jeff, who gave you the insurance discussion item? Do you have a context for that?
Well, I have discussions on those, but it can be down further or it can be here, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
But it would be redundant.
Okay, skip it.
Okay.
Skip 5. So we move to number 8 on the signs. We've ordered all the signs and working to get them in. Actually, we ordered 25-mile-an-hour signs for Cheshire, which is not very expensive, but with the expectation that they'll be declared a subdivision, and then we will be able to establish a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit there.
Great. And then the other signs for the different subdivisions that were destroyed in the storm, or those,
The green ones.
yeah, those,
Well, the note here says, road signs and roundabout signs ordered, only signs left for storm replacement. Posts or stubs are in, just need signs to be delivered.
great. Excellent.
Okay.
Great work to the guys on that. And it's been a lot of work.
Punch list for road inspection, I didn't put that on, but I know we went through the road inspections and participated, putting these punch lists together. Question gets to be, how do they get resolved? Because the punch list gets put together, but it never really goes back and gets verified that everything was done correctly. I'll talk with Jesse on that one, I don't know how to.
Okay.
Next item is bid for 2024 road improvement program. We've signed it, we've sent it on, everything's moving as far as I know. I think that one can go away.
Okay. Great.
Okay, Griffith 391 petition as it relates to North Road drainage. And we'll put this in, everybody's in mailbox, and it'll be an action item for the next meeting. Basically, it's the drainage petition, and then we'll sign it here, and we have to put a bond up, which I believe is $1,500. I'll be willing to do that, and we can do that at the next meeting.
So do
If
we
you would
have,
like to have someone here from the county engineer and from the soil and water, I can do that, or I can let you know what they've said.
so can you tell me approximately the drainage, I forget what it's called, but everything that drains into it, the drainage, the map. Are we talking about what went through the county before?
Where this petition would apply, for this one, we've got another one that we gotta talk about. This one is North Road by the school, the new school over there. There's a pond built. The pond was built in anticipation of doing the development. The development never got built. So the pond is there and doesn't have an outlet. So the water just keeps getting into it. The only way it goes away is evaporation, or it feeds backwards out the catch basins. And what happened here is the city doesn't have the drainage ready to go along Peaceful Road toward 23. So they allowed water to go from that housing development over there to that pond.
So is that legal?
Pardon?
Is that legal?
Well, it's legal the way they did it. And supposedly when the drainage ditches and stuff get placed, that water won't be going into the pond there. But that's still not gonna get rid of the problem with the water, it's a pond. It doesn't have an outlet.
So here's the issue though.
Well, let me take, there's a big issue here. And the developer is very much against doing this ditch petition because he will need to pay some money because he's at the higher level in the water feeding into the pond right now, because that's the way it will be calculated, and based on what's going on right now, and not go away when things change.
So you're talking about the developer in the city of Delaware?
Yes, into the developer. So what we, and there's a request to make sure that we have at least one or two or all three of us go to the commissioners meeting and express the need for having this ditch petition taken care of to make sure that the road doesn't fill up and flood with water.
And so that the school doesn't have to close.
So that the school doesn't have to close.
So, but here's the issue that I wanted to address, because I wanted the developer to ask for this as well, because when a ditch petition is filed, although they would have to pay for
Right.
what they're feeding into it, the improvements can only go as far upstream as the last petition.
Mhm.
So if they don't petition it, it means all the improvements have to happen from our road right away down.
Mhm.
So that means all their water's gonna come and it's not gonna, I mean, it's just gonna be
Well,
a mess.
what they're talking of is making a cutout in the south end where the pond would just drain out into the field, but there's a ditch there that it could drain into and go toward the Sherman Park.
Sherman Farm might not want that.
I understand that, but that's the way
Is that the way the water always went?
that's the way the water always went.
If that's the way the water always went, at the rate that it went, then it doesn't matter what
And
they think.
the thing is, there's a few hundred feet there, I mean, a couple hundred feet between where the pond is and the Sherman property. When you get to the Sherman property, the ditch is fine. The ditch will handle water, won't even know that it's coming. I mean, it'll be going through, but it'll make it fine.
So is that the improvement that we're seeking?
That's the improvements that they're working to make happen, the soil and water is. And it hasn't been, Jennifer Walraven hasn't scheduled a time yet for a hearing because we haven't got this filled out and we haven't
Yeah,
got.
because there isn't a petition. Because there isn't a
There's
petition.
no petition and there's no bond. And we have to put the bond together and the petition together and then get those to, and then get a schedule, and then we need to attend the meeting to say, we really need this. And hopefully I can get somebody from the school, or we can get somebody from the school here too, because school isn't gonna want to close.
So is the school going to sign the petition?
Pardon?
Is the school going to sign the petition?
That part I don't know. I haven't asked them whether they would sign it or not.
So, is this,
The school
Where-
built the pond.
yeah, this is what, I don't know how to word this.
Just go with
Why
it.
why is the school not initiating this? Why does it have to be Berlin Township initiating this?
Because it's
Or
the
could it
road
be
that is the
other
road that
entities?
flows. We're just trying to keep the water from flowing.
It's like they're starting in the middle of the problem, though, you know what I'm saying? Like it's our problem because but it's really, it's the school's problem.
Well, it's, and it's.
I mean, it's everybody's problem, but this
There's-
beginning point is the school.
Well, the school created the problem, is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying, so I'm curious as to why it's,
And that was the reason that I wrote the letter to the school saying, you know, look, it's really close. And
right, that's what I thought was happening.
if you go over and look, the one catch basin's got about this much room till you hit the grading. And that's the one right next to the pond. You go a little bit closer to the school and the road is kind of come down. And it's about this much.
And when the water gets
And then the
just
water-
over it, and then
then
the
the water
ice
comes down.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's probably not gonna go so high that you couldn't really drive through it, but you should, you probably could. But if it turns into ice, it'll be an absolute, you'll have to
If it
close
turns
the road.
into, if it turns into ice, if it's, kids just coming from the development. You know, there's not a sidewalk there to get you across, get you down through there.
So I guess, yeah, I mean, why is this not the school doing this stuff? Why, or not this stuff, actually going back and correcting the problem?
Well, they may not be, the pond may not be on their land, even though they pay to have it done, it may not.
It wasn't on our land.
So they can only,
And their land is
the
drained into it.
petition if they drain into it.
Oh, I assume they did, they don't?
I don't know the answer to that. That's why I kind of wanted to know a map of the area,
And
because,
there's another pond behind the school, if you drive on,
yeah, I've
out
seen that.
past the school, and that one is where the school stuff would drain, to that pond.
Oh, okay, I guess I was assuming that the school's drainage was going into both those ponds then.
But it might, because all it means is any drains into it. But if none of it drains into it, then they can't really use it.
I mean, that makes sense, but I thought this was like their,
Primary?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the primary, but I don't, without a map, and soil and water can provide them that as to whether or not they will be able to sign.
And the fix for it, there's two fixes for it. One is to just let the water drain out of the pond, with the overflow someplace so that it doesn't get on the road. And the second one is to get the water going along the north side of Peachville Road to get over to the Sherman property to be able to go south.
Which
That's-
is
but that-
really where I would think it would have been, but who knows, there may have been a culvert underneath the road
And
that
it
took it, and I
takes-
don't know.
and there's no development effort happening through there. And there's a couple of houses and stuff that it may not ever happen.
Right, probably won't, I mean, I would guess, because you got all that development, it's not enough land for land to develop,
Mhm.
and so it probably won't develop.
okay. So this is the next thing.
That's the first one. The
Do you
second,
want us to take action on that tonight, or do you need more?
I don't want anything, I'm just gonna, at the next meeting, do you want someone here from Soil and Water? Or do you want someone here from?
All I would like to see is have soil and water make a map of the drainage area.
Okay, so, yeah.
If they want to come explain it, that's fine, but I don't really need them, I can read a map myself.
Okay. We gotta do the same thing for the cemetery.
Okay, now that one's the one that, there was a ditch petition, did the commissioners turn it down? Because when I was commissioner, we passed the original, but then, it goes to a second.
But you passed the original, and the original had the two pieces of property together. So there wasn't any issue with being able to get your water into the drainage. The problem is the cemetery doesn't own that interim piece of property was sold to the Muslims.
Right, but the ditch petition would still be the ditch petition until,
It took care of all of the stuff that feeds into it, but there's no access point for getting the water from the cemetery to the.
if we, and this is a big if we pay for that ditch petition, if that ditch petition went through, like I said, I don't know if it even went to the final. But if it went to a final and we pay, then we have a right to access that. Now, we'd have to pay for all of it to get there, but we have a right to get to the access because we're paying for it.
Sure.
Now, if we're not paying, then we have no rights. Without doing another
And
ditch
the thing
petition.
is, we would have had access to it when it was all thought of as one piece of property.
It doesn't matter. No, because it was two parcels.
There's two parcels.
So it doesn't matter. That parcel has a right to it if that parcel is paying. And we should know from our taxes whether or not we're paying.
We'll try to figure it out. And anyway, what we gotta do is we gotta dig a hole there by where the old trucks are sitting near there. There's a, place where the water comes out of the ground. And we believe the pipes are about 4.5 foot now.
Yes.
And the soil and water needs to know where it's at to be able to make the drawing.
So, that is actually, assuming that the ditch petition that I was involved died at the second hearing, if they had the second hearing.
Sure.
It's actually under an old law ditch petition. And that old law ditch petition, we don't have rights to. But there are tiles that go there, and they're fairly significantly sized tiles that have ruptured
Right.
and doesn't flow.
They're blocked somehow.
Right. And there's blowouts all over the place.
Mhm.
But there may be tiles that's full of water trying to get somewhere. And is that what you're really talking about?
That's the tiles, the cemetery, when it was built a long time ago, they put tiles in 4 foot down to drain underneath the vaults and caskets and all that sort of thing. And the problem we have is we dig a hole now, we get down and the water empties out of the whole cemetery into that grave.
Right.
we did it. And so it's a real.
And you can't pump it out because you've got a whole network of pipes feeding it.
Yeah, you have to pump there for, and then you gotta have a place to pump it to.
Exactly.
And it's not,
So-
not just pump it.
So this ditch petition might be expensive for us, but it sounds like it's needed.
And we don't think it's very expensive at all to be able to connect to the ditch. I think we should be okay. Because there is a way to go down by the trucks and get to the ditch and not even have to go across the Muslim property. But to get down, there's a way to get there.
So our cemetery touches that way?
It's behind the model
So
home.
why do we need a,
It's between the Muslim property and the model home stuff to be able to get.
so why do we need a ditch petition? Why don't we just
Because
do
we
it?
don't own any land of the part that gets to the ditch.
Oh, I was thinking you said we did touch it.
We own to get to that point where we could get to.
Who owns it?
It's the model home and the Muslims. Which was the two pieces of property meet in the back. Or back by where the old trucks are sitting. Okay, so we will bring that one too. And that one we think can happen real quick.
So there, the terminology, and if you just ask stormwater, where is the good and sufficient outlet? And just have an answer to that question.
Well, it's the big ditch on the Sherman property,
Yeah, but how far does it have to go to get there? That's a map thing too.
300-400 feet. It's not a long distance at all. But don't forget, you gotta get down 4 foot
Mhm.
to get there.
Well, that's why it has to be a good and sufficient outlet, because it's gotta get out.
And if you put a tile in there, you can put a tile in, but you can get a tile in there and, so then cover it over, but we just looking for a way to get the water out of there.
I agree.
Because it would dry up the swamp, it really would. Okay, that's where we're at with the ditch petitions. You heard the conversation that I had about the 25-mile-an-hour speed limits, and we're buying signs and stuff to take care of that. There was another question that you had about the trees, I guess that would come up under cemetery.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. And that's about all I got, unless, Jesse gave us this is what's going on.
Yeah, I read through it.
Okay, as long as you got through it, that's fine. Next one is cemetery. Deed for Evergreen Memorial. I don't have one, but,
That was the individual whose name was on the agenda last time, and I'm not
it's
sure.
someone that Tim had been working with on that.
Okay,
And,
is that resolved?
I don't know that it's resolved, but I know he's been working with them and they haven't been happy with what he's been telling them, so that's not unusual. So
Well, if he wants us to address anything, he can email us a summary and we can talk about it next meeting. I suppose.
and then you heard what I said about the ditch petition.
Yep.
But on the deed for the Evergreen Memorial, we got one where it's coming back up, but where they want to exhume 2 bodies and move them to the grave spaces where they're supposed to be.
Okay,
So we're working, that's an issue we're working on.
okay,
And that probably will take a year to get moved through. Just because of time doing it. And, also Jesse's, I don't know if we put it in here or not, but we're gonna try to put, some of the, markers down that we've got on graves that are settled before Memorial Day.
Okay.
We'll get those in place as quick as we
oh, that would be good.
So we're gonna try to make the cemetery look as good as we can now.
Mhm.
Any questions on cemeteries?
No, that's fine.
Okay, fiscal officer items, April bank statement.
Not reconciled yet, will be reconciled next meeting. While I am talking about next meeting, I did find the ad Township Trustees will meet on the second and fourth Monday at 5:30 each month, following exceptions, June and August meetings, the second Monday at 5:30. If a meeting falls on a holiday, the meeting will be held on Tuesday. There is no specific list here of dates.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
So, May 28th,
So May 28th is.
Tuesday, May 28th.
Excellent.
There is a payment list dated May 14th.
So I move that we approve the pay list for the date range of May 14th, with the final date of 5/13.
It's dated May 13th.
That's what it is.
Yeah, 440.
Yeah.
Six.
For payments, 32287 through 32308, for an amount of $29,678.89.
Second. Any comments? Call the roll, please.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
You want us to
Yes.
sign this, or is there a motion to?
Motion's fine. I will put that in the
Okay,
minutes.
got that? Let's get
Or
the
put
payment
the
list,
list in the minutes.
and when you, if the bank statement will be at the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Next item, Delaware County EMA disaster declaration notice. FEMA is going to set up offices, which will be one in each of the counties, and they'll be staffed, part-time. I mean, by that, I mean, it'd be like a week, and then there may be not staffed for a week where the people will go to another county and then they'll come back. But they will be there. Residents can fill out online request for funding, and the funding, talked to a couple of the EMA, or the FEMA folks, is damage to the house and damage to internal goods is the same. It's about $47,000 each that could be available through FEMA if your insurance doesn't take care of it, that sort of stuff. So that's coming along.
The other item.
So that's a grant?
Pardon?
It's a grant?
It's a FEMA, and I don't know whether it's a grant or a loan, but I haven't been to a FEMA session to figure it out. But there's information starting to flow about the FEMA stuff.
So they provided information we've posted on our Facebook page and website for how residents can apply and reach out to them. But I had this also on here for us. So point 2 under funding, we indicated in the thought was with Orange was when Orange helped us with some of the services, that if we didn't get FEMA funding, then there would be no charge to us. But if we got FEMA funding, that they would
The latest,
be interested in being reimbursed for
the latest as of today, which we called Orange and asked for a bill for the work in the cemetery. They said they didn't want to give us a bill for the work in the cemetery. And we said, well, the FEMA would reimburse us, or the insurance company will reimburse for the work that they did in the cemetery. And that can be paid to Orange, but Orange didn't want to participate in that.
that. Well, so there's mixed communication, because I spoke to 2 of the trustees and that's what they still are. So we just need to get Michelle involved and just whatever, because I was with 2 trustees and Michelle, Bonnie, the township administrator, and this was a week ago or so, and that's where they're at. So I want to just make certain that everything's whole and right.
They're,
That's an advantage of having a township administrator.
That's the wonderful thing, is you get the high and the low, and then you go right to the administrator, and that's what it is, so.
I understand.
So if you don't mind, I'll reach out to Michelle and let them know that. And then as far as the funding, applying though for FEMA funds,
That'll be fine.
Who would do that for us?
If they'll send Jesse a bill, we'll sort it in and go from there.
Okay, that sounds good.
I didn't hear that.
Or,
What you said, I didn't hear about who's gonna apply.
If Orange sends Jesse a bill, then Jesse will take care of procuring the funding.
the Orange helped us out,
Right, I
and
got that.
we want them to send us a bill, because the insurance will pay for it, and they're planning to pay for it. That's not a FEMA payment, that's a Orange.
Oh, but Orange said it was only with females paying for it, not insurance.
Yeah, this isn't FEMA, this is insurance.
So that might be mixed.
What we're speaking of right now is the FEMA funds that are available for us to apply for. I don't know what you're talking about with the insurance. Is that the insurance discussion?
The
that you want
insurance,
to have?
like, when the,
No, I know what the insurance is, but we're talking about the FEMA disaster funds right now.
Mhm.
So it's if FEMA will pay for it, and they will. And so Orange will send the
they
bill
would, but after insurance, and the insurance will pay for
first.
it first.
Oh, okay, so insurances would pay for those items for Orange to have done?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In the cemetery, no, they.
Oh, not,
They
okay.
help us someone to
Got
go to, but the cemetery is the part that insurance would pay for.
I got it. Okay,
Now,
so,
along the roads would be FEMA.
mhm.
So they need to break down the bill into two.
Yeah,
So good.
that's right. Now we're on the same page, so we need the bill in two sections, we need the roads, and then we need the cemetery.
Right.
Yeah,
And Jesse will make the FEMA application.
is that right, Ron?
Or,
And Jesse will make the FEMA application for the roads.
if it'll get to Jesse, then we'll work to put whatever needs to happen.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know what the plan is,
Okay.
and we don't understand that yet.
Okay,
Got no direction from FEMA on any of that.
okay, got it.
Okay, next item. We beat that one to death. Okay, repair damage to Township Hall siding caused by the tornado.
Okay, so I've been working on this forever. And I'm basically at square one. So, let me tell you a little bit, shortly, but, so Great Roof and Restoration has been working with me. And, I have been working with, assistant prosecutor. So we spent 10 days trying to determine, because Great Roof would not say whether they were represented by an attorney.
Okay,
And our prosecution would not talk to them until they answered the question.
Mhm.
Well, the answer came back finally, yeah, we do, but we don't want you to talk to them. Okay, so that meant I had to start playing telephone game again. So the Great Roof will not do a supplemental request with the insurance company until we have a signed contract. Prosecutor's office will not let us do a signed contract that doesn't have an amount. So I go to Great Roof to get an amount. They won't talk to the insurance company. We want to talk to the prosecutor's office. I say, you can't. The two attorneys can.
That's what it looks like.
Yes. So then they said, well, how about we give you a retail bid, they said. And then you go to the insurance company. I'm thinking, well, why didn't you just say that to start with? Okay, but I clarified and I called today. What do you mean by a retail bid? And is a quote. Okay, it's not a bid.
Mhm.
And it's, and I said, but really, what does retail bid mean? Does that mean higher or lower than what you would do through the insurance? And she didn't want to answer the question. So I said, is it higher or is it lower? She says, usually actually lower. So I said, send it to me. So that's where we are. Now, a concern that I have is that it'll hit $75,000, and then we're starting all over again because it has to go out to competitive bid and prevailing wages. So that's where we are today. But I wanted you to be informed, and you give me direction if you didn't like where I was headed.
I mean, this would happen with anyone.
Yes, it would.
It's not, yeah, so I'm perfectly fine. with
And
it.
I have continually asked them, well, tell me, how are you handling this with other townships? And they wouldn't answer that question.
Well, I wouldn't either, I mean, no, I thank you for your perseverance in this. I think that you should sally forth, maybe you could tell them, we really can't come in higher than 75.
I did. I basically said, if it goes, I'm hoping that it's under 75, so we don't have to go competitive bid.
Yeah.
I think they get the meat of what that means. Because, and I do get that they must all get burned by going to the insurance company first, because none of them will do it without a signed contract. And I don't know why anybody in their right mind would sign a blank check contract before they go to the insurance.
But they all do that. It
They all do
was similar, it was Red Tail, it was Creek,
It was every one
it's
of them.
kind of, and I will say that government's a little bit backwards too, and so between, the way that they're used to it and the way that,
So the way it is incompatible.
very much so.
And so I don't know how.
And I was appreciative to Peak for working within our, you could have, anybody, it's a little bit of a pain to work with
I
us.
plan the same games as a homeowner, and it's the same thing.
Same thing.
It doesn't, whatever.
Keep on going.
Why, thank you. I thought you'd be dissatisfied when they take over, and I was gonna say, here you go.
Okay,
Here's your opportunity.
meeting minutes review.
Yes, so, we've been going through and doing different revisions, and I think I just want to be intentional. We don't necessarily need to assign one person each time to review it, but I want us to have our eyes on these meeting minutes and making certain that the names are corrected, with the fiscal officer, work with the fiscal officer to ensure the integrity of the meeting minutes.
So it might help, I know trustee Bullard used to do this, to ask everybody if they signed in, because that helps on the spelling.
Oh, yeah.
And I used to do it, but I actually rarely did it. But it's helpful, especially if you don't know the people that are in the meeting.
So maybe being diligent with asking people to sign in. You did good, I think, saying to state the name. But really also in the review, please do read these meeting minutes, because I think it's important for you guys to be represented accurately, but also in the way that you want to be the way that you should be represented. And there's just facts and contexts that I think you guys will want to have representing yourself that were said that aren't showing up in the summaries. And if there is anything like that, you don't want to have to say, that's not what I said. Because I remember most of what I say, but I try to remember what you guys say and represent you guys accurately and fairly in those meeting minutes too, But you guys say it best.
Well, but as you know, I sometimes listen to debate and then I change my mind. And so it's hard to remember all of that.
Yeah, sure. And we just need summaries. It doesn't have to be, it's not verbatim, but just if it says like the board discussed and decided that, and really it's you didn't want it, but we wanted it, or I didn't want it, but you guys wanted it. I would think that we would want those types of positions to be represented,
Because it also shows that we actually, in 6 hours, actually
do something.
do something. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that that would be just an extra set of eyes for the transitional state over the next 6 months to, and then we'll be pretty well set, so.
Okay. Cover it. TNR Properties, DZA litigation.
Yeah, I think, Jeff, did you have something for us to sign or approve?
No, not at this moment. Wait, wasn't there I emailed, there was an attorney
Yeah, the letter of engagement, do you
engaged
have that?
somewhere.
For us to take action on? Didn't you say we needed to take action on that tonight?
Oh, yeah, no.
My computer's dead, so.
Here's your name, Mike.
Oh, no, you can.
Oh, he sent a DocuSign.
Sheesh.
Did they send the resolution for us to pass too?
Okay, I've just again forwarded, it's gonna be Paige Walden via DocuSign, Freeman Mathis and Gary LLP. That's the engagement letter. That's the lawyer, Mr. Lafayette is the lawyer that, Otarma assigned to this file. The next step in the matter is that Mr. Lafayette wants a whole bunch of information, so I will be getting with Kathy to gather it and provide it to Mr. Lafayette. We have a deadline of 45 days after April 29th, I think, to get the certified copies of the minutes, which I've already done, filed with the Common Pleas Court.
Great.
I haven't filed yet, I've certified minutes.
Well, this group of attorneys will file it, won't they?
Yeah.
You don't have to file that.
Well, of
You
course,
just give it to them.
considering that every day I'm next door to the court, I might.
I think it would be best for the representation to do that, not you.
All right, I'll tell them.
And then, and they'll know too, or they should at least. And then, the documents request, there was an extensive public records request that we fulfilled, and provided Tony Stucco, with, it was hundreds and hundreds of pages on this case. So I would imagine we probably have the copies of that request. He might have them, the hard copies we printed off. So I don't know if you need those, but
And those could be sent to Paul.
yeah, those could be sent as well. And my point is that we've already compiled a lot on this case, so don't duplicate the efforts, because that was a pretty extensive public records request that we provided. And Tony may have a copy currently. It just depends on what they're requesting.
When you talk to Claudia, you might ask her, there may be an electronic copy of it, because I think they had to scan it.
Yeah, I think they did too.
I think it may just be an electronic
That would
copy that
be-
you could send to Paul off, yeah.
Okay, so what do we need to take action on? The document?
Well, I don't like that it's a electronic signature. The three of us can't sign it.
Oh, well, if we all three, can you go to the review of the document? Because if there's a place for all three of us to sign electronically. Okay. Are you able to access it? Trustee O'Brien's link expired, should sign. Are you able to access the link? Are you able to review the document either, Jeff?
Let me just see if I can get there.
Looks like Jeff was able to open for viewing.
Yeah,
Yeah, it won't let me.
Trustee O'Brien's link expired.
I tried, it says your new link has been sent, but it's not there. It probably went to you.
Yeah, it probably went to Jeff.
That's probably why it wouldn't let me open this, because it's not, I might
if I just
see instead of.
forward it again just to you.
Not coming through yet.
Oh, it says do not forward it. It won't let me forward it. Although it can.
Well, but you can't open it.
Oh, that's why, because it's been forwarded. I guess we could authorize him to sign it.
Okay.
But I can't open it to read it.
You can open it.
I'm gonna try something else. I'm going to copy the link. Copy the URL and email it directly.
Trustee Bullards doesn't work either.
But you got it open.
No.
You didn't.
Mm-mm. I did the first day it was sent, but I just reviewed it cursory, so I can't even, I mean, it looked like a letter of engagement, but.
Okay, let's see what happens when I email, oops. When I just try to cut and paste the link or the URL, when I paste it, it says email link expired.
So, it looks like we're not gonna be able to get the engagement letter tonight, but we need to sign this, right? So, how does the board wish to proceed at this point in time?
Well, we could authorize the chair to sign on behalf of the board. That's kind of how we did the other ones.
Okay.
I move that we authorize trustee board to review and sign the engagement letter to
Freeman, Mathis, and Gary LLP.
so move.
For the purposes.
For the purpose of executing documents in regards to the TNR property BZA, and I think it also includes the trustees litigation.
Second,
I'm not,
it doesn't.
it
So,
says it's on a new link, but it didn't.
he moved,
I
I
know.
seconded.
I don't,
And so for discussion is that maybe what you should do is have them send it to you in paper form.
what time will you be here tomorrow? I'll come over and make sure we're okay.
I'm gonna be here Thursday.
Thursday?
I'm not gonna be here tomorrow.
Well, but if you get sent the link that works, you can sign it. So maybe you could just write to them and let them know that trustee board's able to sign on our behalf, but needs a new link sent.
We'll see what we can get to.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you want to vote on that?
Call the roll, please, whenever you get a chance on that one.
Brian,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes. Why is it not coming in?
Okay, let me find.
It wasn't coming in for trustee O'Brien either, so I think it's their system, not your system.
The link must have been, it says the link expired, your new link has been sent.
Yeah, I think it's just a universal problem.
Because I got that same message and it wouldn't let me open it either.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I will try to get a hold. Okay,
I'm sending him an email right now.
Cobra transition state administered to federally administered.
Yeah, I added this because, it looked like maybe there was something more to discuss, but I wasn't sure what the issue was.
Did we find out whether or not that the cost was for one time or for per employee or?
Yeah, and you had asked the question about
I asked the question,
$45.
but I didn't get an answer.
Mr. Leckrone did respond to me that it's $40 per month for everybody. That's the extra, the additional fee for, covering the vision and dental because it's a separate carrier
So when you say for everybody, that's $40 total,
for the whole plan per month. So in other
so
words,
that's $480.
$480 a year total, end of story,
Okay, so
additional.
I move that we approve appropriation of $480 to. Is it Anthem?
Or does that go to,
I believe it's the plan administrator, who the plan
The
is.
state administrator.
Is it SOCA?
To the Cobra administrator
For the state.
for the state
Federal.
to the federal.
The new Cobra administrator after the transition to federal.
Yes.
Thank you.
so,
I'll take that as,
Friendly amendments.
No such thing.
call the roll when you get a chance.
O'Brien,
Yes.
motion, and who seconded?
I'll second it.
Okay.
No,
Rail,
Yes.
Brian.
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, he also says in this, indicates the administration of COBRA coverage on the dental and vision parts will cost 40 per month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the other is included, so that's all what we just approved.
Okay, so the 40 covers everything. Okay, gotcha. We're done. Dale Ford Road Bike Path.
I drove by there today and
It's
it's,
completed. It's paved, and we lost a culvert somewhere on the road there, and that's in there. And then we're going to recommend putting a couple bollards right at in the right of way, but right behind the pipe to keep people from driving on it. That's the width of the trail, the pipe is, it's not something, so if they try to go around it, they'll end up in the ditch and stuck.
so do we need to approve appropriations for those bollards or are they doing?
We'll take care of it.
I think it's a good
It's
idea.
not a great amount
No.
because and we were planning on putting one in the center, and that would be enough to keep them from going, but if it's golf carts or something, they may want to do something else. We'll take a look at it.
Did they pay for everything?
To my knowledge, they did.
Did they want,
Did they pay for everything then?
they, other than the piece of pipe was lost and some other things, I haven't heard anything.
Now, the only thing,
Jerry call.
and they paid it, but I don't know, are they intending to put the, plate for blind people to?
We are intending to make sure that that's there somehow or another.
Because that's in the road right away, I could see us wanting to pay for that. I'm just pleased that they put it in.
We just need to, and it's just,
Yeah, and I will say that the communication on that, was, I think, somewhat problematic because the county apparently put in the culvert and dumped the rocks without talking to MI or us.
No.
Oh, you mean on the, not the path, but the drainage?
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
that's
a
it.
different thing. We're just talking about.
no, on the path, where the path is, what was dropped and then the rocks and then they came in and they paved it, but MI was not aware of who dropped those in.
We lost a piece of culvert there, they used it. And the gravel, we were gonna supply them with some gravel, but they had a truckload there and they just pushed it out.
So MI did that.
And I did that.
So I spoke with Josh Barkin and he said that the county did that. That MI did not do that portion and that he was hoping that we could make some arrangement for either us to help pay for that chunk or figure out some maybe credit for them in some way. I said, well, this doesn't make any sense, we need to talk about it. So, but you guys have not heard any of those things. Well-
I've heard that they wanted a bunch of money and that was where we gave them the piece of pipe and the bollards and
Okay.
stuff, but we'll kind of wait for that.
Okay, well, that must have
But
been
we
it.
have not given them any money.
But
And
I,
they are maintaining all the way up to the, all that section too.
good.
Yeah.
But I'm very pleased that it's there.
Oh,
because-
it needed to be there,
Yeah, otherwise it was gonna turn into a mess.
absolutely. So we're all happy, everything's good. They did say that they would maintain it, in writing, so if there's ever any issues.
If that could be forwarded to the fiscal officer, so that's there, and also perhaps to the zoning inspector, so we can add that to the file. Even though it's not a zoning thing, it'll be helpful if they know
Why is it not a zoning thing?
it, because it wasn't put in the zone, was it?
The multi-use path was put in the zone.
She's really.
No, it was ambiguous.
Well, so that's why I think it'd be good for them to have it.
Yeah,
and-
got it,
And
okay.
then they can decide whether it's
Got
enforceable or not.
Good, I'm glad that all worked out.
And if the pipe was set in place by us, which is possible, what I'd ask was for Jesse to take a look at it and make sure that the pipe was such that the water.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's great. I think it's absolutely necessary. I love the idea to prevent, because there are a lot of golf carts on that road. All good, all good, and really.
So we're gonna put a ball in there, at least a ball, maybe to make sure that.
I think 2 would be good.
I do too.
Cause I saw a car driving down when I come by.
Really?
And it's coming down, from over Pyatt, or Rolls from Pyatt, and it's coming down that way. And I think it was one of the workers that was working there, but they were,
That's kind of the point of, yeah.
but the point is they were driving down fast.
Yeah, put those in.
And it doesn't have the
Okay,
foundation for a car.
It really doesn't, no.
next item is, an election of township representative to the OPWC District 17 Integrated Committee. I have my term was up, and
Move to nominate trustee Boulder
Well-
as township.
I wanted to talk about the problem, because I think the date for that has expired. What they did was put your name in, which I'm very pleased about.
Yeah.
They did not put my name in, and I understand that, because I'm not gonna be
And
there.
I talked with, Rob about it, and he said you didn't want to put it, because if you put it in, then you have to have another
And,
election.
and I'm okay with that, but what I'm not okay with is that the time expired before they told us about it.
Mhm.
And, we might have picked somebody besides Paul Watts.
Right.
Mm.
So I'm very happy about you.
Mhm.
I'm not happy about the process,
Mhm.
because we could have had 3 sets of people, townships decide to go for that.
Mhm.
And, as it is, it's a done deal, because there's 3 sets and there's 3 spots.
There's 3 people there, yeah. There's 3, vote for 3, and there's 3 there.
Right, so if you could change your motion to move to elect them, that would be great, but it's a moot point, and I don't like what they did.
Yeah,
So next, is the term for 2 years, Ron? Ron? Trustee Board. Is the term for 2 years?
3.
So, put it on your calendar. To do that ahead of time. So, and also it is important to realize that the alternate does not move up into the position.
Right.
So if an alternate resigns or is no longer there, you have to appoint or elect a new alternate. If the representative is no longer there, you have to elect a new representative.
Mhm.
And so that's important to know.
got it.
And I will tell you, I found it very, you don't really have any power there, because it's kind of the whole thing is set up before it happens. But, yeah, that's putting it politely. But you learn things. So you want to be there so you know what's going on, so that you can get the correct projects that will get approval in OPWC grants and loans.
Mhm.
So I think it's a very important position to have for knowledge, not for power.
Got it. Move to elect trustee Bullard as township representative to OPWC District 17 Integrated Committee.
Second,
Call the roll, please.
Bullard,
Township administrator, maybe.
Brian,
yes,
Randall,
Yes,
yeah, because Rob is a township administrator.
so is Paul.
For you.
Yeah.
And I got some kind of a message from Clint Matlock, who forwarded somebody else's message that said, didn't know whether I was involved or not, or any of that, and I've been talking to Rob about it at all.
Okay.
Whatever.
All right.
Okay, and I'm assuming that we gotta send that in.
Yes. But last time, I thought they sent us a paper that you actually voted on. But I think it was one vote per township. And maybe because there's only 3, they're not actually going through the process that they actually should, I don't know.
Okay, let me print this thing off. I'll get it printed off and go get it in a minute. We can all sign it and send it on its way. Okay, let's get that. Next item is April zoning report. 90?
94 new home permits to date, in April. Tons continue to roll in, and we're going steady, 24 in April, 27 in March.
You know, that's about 300 new residents. You know, if you figure three per house permit in 3 months. BZC alternate.
We received an application for BZC alternate, so I moved to appoint Ray Armstrong as BZC alternate 2, effective 5/14/2024 upon successful completion of paperwork at the standard rate of the BZC members.
Second. Call the roll, please. For discussion.
I think Mr. Ray Armstrong will be an exceptional addition to the BZC.
So do I.
And I agree.
You call the roll when you feel like it.
Brian,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. Okay, next one, assistant zoning inspector updates.
We don't have an update specifically on the assistant zoning inspector at this time. However, I have noticed that the role for the zoning inspector, the workload far exceeds the full-time, far exceeds the part-time role capacity that Jerry is currently serving in. And so I moved to change the zoning inspector position from part-time to full-time, effective 5/14.
Second.
Oh, at the same hourly pay as currently. Thank you.
Discussion?
I am open to having discussions about whether or not we think that the zoning inspector position should ultimately be exempt, or not exempt, but I think right now we should just keep it at the hourly non-exempt full-time.
For now,
If you're,
I'm amenable for now, but I think in the long term it should be exempt.
I am inclined to agree with you. So, maybe as the zoning department fleshes out over the next couple months, we can revisit that.
And one other question, do we need to establish working hours?
I think that because of the nature of the position right now, with Jerry attending BZC meetings or after hour meetings or taking down signs on the weekend, that we have a nicely established schedule where just whatever hours he actually works, he puts in, and he doesn't exceed those hours. I'm not inclined to, state exactly what those hours are going to be, nor do I think it's necessary for him at this time.
The only thing I was thinking is, being for residents to be able to contact him or her during a certain period of time. And I wasn't thinking of the full 40 hours being scheduled, but just a working period maybe. during that.
Well, I'm adamant that we have the office open during those 2 hours a day that is the official time. So I think that either the zoning inspector or the assistant zoning inspector, if we have one, should be here during those 2 hour times. Other than that, I'm pretty flexible.
Yeah, I am too.
Well, and I agree with you definitely about the office needing to be open during that time. However, I think that is something for the zoning secretary to be responsible for. And if they are not available, work and coordinate with the zoning inspector. And maybe the assistant zoning inspector does have those set hours.
So my preference is what I suggest. I'm not opposed to what you said.
Well, to me, the idea of who is manning the desk and able to respond to residents, it's super important that we're consistent and we agree with that. But whether or not that has to be an assistant zoning inspector and zoning inspector, or, for example, a township operations specialist or a zoning secretary, that's a distinction. Because I don't want the zoning inspector to be necessarily tied down to the office hours when we have another position that's supposed to be manning the office during those hours.
So I appreciate that, but I also like the idea that anybody knows that those 2 hours, the zoning
That they're
inspector
kept free.
are available, that they can get deep questions answered during those 2 hours. The rest can be scheduled, but this is my preference, not.
No, I think we should
More than
definitely continue that conversation though, because, and it might be that we end up changing those 2 set hours then. in the
And I
right?
really, I don't care what the 2
Right,
hours
right,
are.
right, right.
And I was that way when we said it, but I'm of the opinion, once we said it,
And somebody definitely is there always and has been, so I don't think that I don't know of any gaps in coverage during those hours.
What I didn't want to do was inhibit residents from contacting the assistant zoning inspector because she's not in the office and they would have to schedule a time to be able to meet with her. That's the only thing. Not everybody's schedule is flexible enough to set a time and place to meet, but if they know that who's going to be there from 10 to 2 or 10 to 12. They could pick the day they wanted to come and that sort of thing. That was all.
I can definitely chat with him about it. I don't want to say that definitively he's there from 10 to 12 though, because we've never had that conversation, and that has always been over to the zoning secretary to be responsible for. So I don't think it would be fair to say, well, now that you're full-time, now you have to be in at these 2 hours as opposed
I
to.
do think it would be a fair time because we're increasing the hours that the expectation of 2 hours change, that doesn't seem overly burdensome to me. And it's a preference. And it also could be, those are the official hours and the zoning inspector isn't there all those days, but he's set there certain days so that people know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, because if people know it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, well, they can. Or
I think that's pretty reasonable. So let me chat with the zoning inspector about it, and whatever the set time is, a couple days a week is what the set time is, and
But it's still definitely manned.
yes,
Always. And if the zoning secretary isn't there,
Correct.
then he
That's
needs to
true.
be there.
that's true. That's fine. Good.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all, just talk to them about it and see what makes sense.
Yeah. I think that's great. Thanks for the discussion.
Old business, is
Did
that,
we,
anything
You
else?
vote on it, yeah.
we didn't vote on
Collective bargaining.
it? We didn't
updates.
vote on it.
Oh, you didn't?
Not yet. Got a motion and a second, but we didn't get,
And that was discussion.
we had a lot of discussion. Who seconded?
Call the roll, I did, or whatever.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien. Yes. Fuller.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you for catching that.
That's fine.
Okay, collective bargaining updates.
We still have the collective bargaining agreement between the attorneys. I'm anticipating that going quickly to the union so that we can quickly address it ourselves. So I would like this on agenda for the next meeting. And if it happens earlier and it's appropriate, we might have a special meeting to
And
address it.
we're under a 10-day limit, I believe.
Yes, 10 days from when they pass it, but I'm not sure if that's 10.
It's 10 business days? or
Yeah, I think it's 10 business, so I think it's really 14 calendar days is really
Okay.
what it is. But that's, I think, not my note.
And for the next meeting, it would be actually 15 calendar days. Okay, that works fine.
Great.
Okay, access management plan, I have no update on that.
But are we still working on it?
Yes,
Thank you.
evergreen trees, sign donations, and rules updates. Evergreen trees, we've gotten approval from
Acorns.
Acorn
Nice.
that we can buy the trees and do that. Jesse and I talked about it today. We're a little hesitant to buy the trees right now, plant them, because we're heading into the dry season and we're gonna end up hauling a lot of water over there. We prefer to do it, at a period of time when we didn't have to haul water to be able to water the trees to go. So that was, we're just working our way through it, as to when we plant the trees. But, we can get the trees, we can plant them, we can do that and move forward. It's just, and then on the sign donations, was told that legal advice says we can accept donations, but the donations can be labor, it could be material, it could be anything. And we can, as trustees, accept those donations as they come in.
This would be money to pay for the sign.
Could be money to pay for the sign, it could be a truckload of cement, a month sign, it could be labor, could be money, could be anything, but we can do that. And if we get more than what we need for the sign, we can use it for other things in the cemetery. We can't put it on the road, so we can put it in the cemetery. And the same thing with the trail. As long as it's material that we use in the cemetery, we can do that. But as trustees, we can accept that sort of stuff. He did suggest that I talk to ODOT, because that's 23 is a federal highway, and 23 has, federal roads have the ability to restrict where signs go and things of that nature in the future. So
That's a good
I was
point.
going to talk to Mr. Churowski and hopefully get a letter from him saying that it's okay to put the sign there.
Now, the sign location, we had talked about potentially moving it to more centered.
Yeah, and it would be behind the right-of-way, for the road and the right-of-way for the utilities behind that. So we shouldn't be in trouble, but we really just need to get.
Yeah.
And it needs to be something in writing that we can stick on file.
So can Tim begin to get sign donations, monetary sign donations written to the board? Is that how that would go?
The board needs to accept them.
Yeah, then would it be written to the board of trustees? Would that be the payee?
Yeah, it would be, the payee would be written to the board of trustees, and then,
And then we would
and
accept
then
it
it
and
would
we would.
be deposited in the cemetery fund for Fairview.
Okay,
Or
so does Tim need to send out a communication to,
send it out to anybody.
So-
Anybody wants to give some money, let's go.
So probably be good to put on the social media and the website.
So anybody that wants to donate money or, time or something else, so they can do that.
But I wouldn't, money is very clear.
yeah,
Time.
time is not because
Well, we're
what if
not-
they get injured, while
Yeah.
helping us?
We're not looking for that, but time, there's the time.
Time and
when somebody-
materials,
Yeah.
like
And-
pumps, you know.
By time, I mean somebody showing up with a backhoe and being able to do some work or that sort of thing, that kind of time. I don't mean somebody showing up over there and saying, hey, what do you want me to do? That's not, that doesn't work.
I wouldn't even want I wouldn't even want somebody showing up with their backhoe and doing work on the township's behalf.
And that's why you have to accept it. So you don't want to accept that. So let's just stick with money.
So that's why we wanna, just stick with.
Money or materials?
Well, materials might be if they had plants, they wanted a certain
Yeah.
kind of plant, or if we said these are the kind of plants that we want.
Money or
back.
materials I'm fine with.
There's,
I don't-
there's things that could be done that.
But I think it's-
Just talk money.
But it's very helpful if you say, this is what we are considering. So
And it should.
money, but if you want plants, because somebody may say, oh, I like this plant, but you don't want any plant, you want the plants that we want. And you say,
Yeah.
if you want to donate this plant from Acorn Farms, you can go there and pay, I mean.
We don't need to plant a bunch of poison ivy with that.
Right.
Excuse me. And then with rules updates, I don't have anything on that. Parks and Trails update.
I was gonna include this in the zoning initially, but I don't think that I'm gonna do it in this round of the zoning update, but for the next round, explore it for them.
Okay, Cheshire Road widening.
I appreciate that the board considered that earlier in the meeting so that she didn't have to stick around.
Mhm. Okay, representation and for the, we talked about the Cheshire Road widening and the fiber, we got that information. As far as when it's gonna happen, the last information I got was it wouldn't happen until the utilities were moved back. So they didn't want to do it and get in a situation like they got in.
Well, they're actually going to Royal Road before we can put the fiber in. So it's, there's a very fine timeline, once they've done that. And then we're going to have to, those bids or those quotes are only good for like 30 days. So we'll have to go quote it again, you know.
Okay. Representation at BZA, BZC meetings.
Jen Huber was amenable to working with the BZC, for additional consulting services on complex cases as determined by the chair for our discussion. So she's gonna write up a service agreement for, me to bring forward to the board next meeting. For BZA, I did reach out to Chris Reinhardt as well. He indicated he would send a service agreement. I haven't received that, but I may wanna, I don't know what we would like to do, but I may want to hold off on that, given the litigation that we have representation from somebody else right now, because I don't want to insert Chris into the mix when we have
But it
this.
could be for new upcoming cases that BZA.
That's fine, yeah, that's fine.
Not for anything.
So we could
So I'm
clarify.
kind of thinking that with BZC too, it's any
New,
new,
yeah,
not so much what's already happened.
yeah, that's fine. So we'll make sure to clarify that with everyone. But he'll have a service agreement for me as well next meeting. So keep this on the agenda, please.
Okay. Township Administrator update.
No new updates at this time. We have received a number of applications for this position. I believe the most recent one just popped up at 100. We will continue with interviews and review of those applications.
Okay, future meetings? I think, isn't there a DCTA meeting Thursday?
The 23rd.
It's the 23rd?
Mhm. And it will have Senator Brenner, Representative Lear, and Lorenz there present.
Okay,
Can you refresh my memory as to where that location is?
The Brown Township Hall, 6 p.m.
On the 23rd
Mhm.
of this
so then
month?
we're gonna order in pizza and that sort of stuff, so then you know who's coming. Whatever.
Yeah.
Any other meetings?
Yes. On May 23rd, the General Health District.
Mm.
Okay,
Okay, so the reason for this meeting is that there was at our last meeting, which is held in March.
The election.
The election, yes, we elected someone who they say cannot hold the position because she lives in the city.
Mm.
It was rather odd because it was all it was generally the townships that supported this individual. And they're quoting the agreement with the city as to why she can't hold it.
Mm.
okay.
Curious.
Since we're talking about health department, my granddaughter's dog got bit by a tick, and the dog now has Lyme's disease. So everyone should be aware that this is a very heavy tick season year. A lot of ticks this year, and check yourself quite often. And Lyme disease is out there and create problems. Let me put it that way.
Mm.
So,
Thanks for
so
that.
anybody outside needs to be paying attention, especially for the little kids. The parents need to be checking because the little kids aren't checking. Okay. Any other future meetings? Late items, the cemetery back here, we're going to, Cheshire Cemetery, we're going to chip and seal it this year, and the grass has been creeping out on it, so we're gonna go back and take a shovel and move the edge of the grass back to the edge of the pavement, so that when we chip and seal it, we chip and seal the whole road. And that's the only late item I've got.
I have two. One is, we had initially indicated we wanted to receive all newsletter items in early April. Of course, we had the severe weather event, so that put things on hold. I think that we should probably mobilize this to get one out for the first half of this year. If everyone could please send me the articles, and Kathy the articles by the 27th, the next meeting, the next regular scheduled meeting.
Okay.
I would like to try to get something out. And I don't know if there's pictures from the Easter egg hunt or something,
I'll ask.
but make sure that Chief knows letter from the chief's desk as part of that update. And then the letter from the chair on the 27th. You would do the chair letter.
27.
Mhm. It should be about 250 words. I think that's how long ours have been. Okay.
What you're saying is no later than the 27th.
And the 28th, since that's when our meeting is.
I was gonna say that
Yeah, 28th, since that's when our meeting is.
I was planning on doing
Okay. Great.
it, just a normal meeting. Anything else?
No, I mean the letter from the chair for the newsletter.
Ah.
Sorry, not that you were gonna say that. I was like, hey. Yeah, great. So if you could get the articles and for the roads and cemetery and the chair letter, that'd be great, if you have anything. And then, I have I wanted to, this is just an FYI, we have the vacant township operations specialist position, but I wanted to post it onto the website.
Sounds good.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't have anything.
Should I pay it?
Move to appropriate $8,500 for iWork invoice number 203462, dated 5/1/2024.
Second.
Is that for a year or how long is that for?
Not sure if
This is
it's
for
been appropriated or.
June 2024 to May 2025. It's a year. Remember we negotiated down from like 10,000?
Okay, any other discussion?
No.
Call roll, please.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes, I move to adjourn.
Second.
Call roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Can I just say I'm proud of the fact that we've been getting done around 11 or 12.
I'd like to go before.
We should be proud of ourselves.
Who moved to adjourn and who seconded it?
Good.
Trustee O'Brien moved to adjourn and I seconded.
Two things.
Thank you.
Talking about. You